Hi, welcome on our stream, and today I'm gonna continue learning how to knit in the most masochistic way possible, with the 2mm needles and the fingering weight yarn. And I'm really starting to think that it's not a good way to learn how to knit. But I'm sure I will eventually figure that out. Figure out everything in here. Hello, Eastside. Let's try to do the like basic first cast on. Is that how it's called? Yeah, cast on, and then a couple rows of knit stitch again, and this time I think without any instructions. Let's see if I can remember it from yesterday. Did you watch any of Yarnia yesterday? No, I don't actually have that much time to do anything. I still have a backlog of TV shows I'm supposed to I normally would watch. I still haven't watched all of them, and I think I have a backlog from last Saturday, and it's almost next Saturday. So it's possible that I will actually have like an overlap. I will have with some series, I will have multiple episodes of backlog. It doesn't look like I did properly. New donation from Eastside. Thank you. Another one. Not only you sent me a package, but also making donations. Are you a millionaire or something? Or are you just very irresponsible with your finances? I remember, it's not supportive, it's not regular. Yeah. Some time ago, I stumbled upon a headline. I didn't really read that much into it, but just the headline about someone wanting a divorce with their wife because she gave pretty much all of their marriage savings to some streamer. Okay, this is a bit longer, but other than that, it seems quite even. If I could give more, I would. You shouldn't give more. You are already my biggest source of income. and thanks to that I can afford stuff like power banks. By the way, speaking of power bank, when I bought this power bank, I haven't actually charged it at all, and it was at 3 dots in here on this indicator, charge indicator. And yesterday I had my microphone plugged in to this the whole time, and it's still at 3 dots. So I don't know how long that's gonna last. It would be quite interesting if like this power bank could last for like a week of powering microphone. Like microphone doesn't, I assume that it doesn't use a lot of power. Like the microphone itself definitely doesn't use a lot of power. Main power cost would be from like wireless communication, and I don't know how much would that use. How it's working anyhow? It's it is a bit big, like in terms of dimensions, and also I guess in terms of actual capacity. It is a bit big in terms of dimensions. I do feel it in my pocket, but it's I don't really have any problems with fitting it in my pocket. I have big pockets, so I guess that's fine. And I think I could get smaller cable. This is 1 meter cable, and I think 0.7 meters or maybe even 0.5 meters would be good enough. Okay, now how do I do this part? Yarn like this. Preferably without dropping needles. There is one problem, that bending my leg really deeply, bending towards the floor first to pick up something is quite difficult. Like maybe I will actually do some other kind of I don't know, maybe I will do something else than keeping the power bank in my pocket. Maybe I will do some kind of holder that would attach like to my back or something. Okay, then this. Wait, not this one, this one. And yeah, yesterday I was saying that I don't want to sit for too long on stream. Like I don't want to do any kind of overtime because I wanted to go to the hardware store to pick up some things, and I didn't. I didn't have the shopping list ready, and then I thought about stuff to buy and things like that, and eventually I just didn't feel like going. One, two, three. Yeah, it is going kind of easier now. I don't know what changed. Like I was counting those needles to be sure that I'm not using the bigger ones, thinking that this might be a difference. Also check your email soon. I'm checking my email multiple times a day. I don't have an issue with not noticing emails. Maybe I'm going a bit too tight again. It's not super bad. I think in fact it's better than yesterday. But it's still not perfect. It is, after all, just my second day of learning. My I don't know, 5th hour maybe? Including all the research, actually searching for tutorials. And my grandmother is always like constantly, not always, constantly recently, since I mentioned wanting to knit socks for the first time, she's constantly like, oh, it will take so much time. Knitting socks is so slow and so on. And if I want to knit socks because I actually want to use them, my current ones are gonna fall apart before I finish. And I'm like, my response to that is like, eh. And yeah, maybe it is slow, and it will be slow, but it's fine, I think. it's not that slow, and I actually counted. Like my current socks, I think are 3 years old, about 3 years old, and I'm using 8 socks. I always buy 8 socks because I'm doing laundry every week. So for that I need 8 socks because I have to have a pair of socks like on me when I'm doing laundry. So it's always number of days plus one. So once a week, 8 socks, and 8 socks. Once like replacing 8 socks every 3 years. I think that comes up to half a sock a month. I would have to make half a sock a month to keep the like 8 socks constantly like supplied. And I think making half a sock a month is not a very big deal. Even if it was actually going super slow, unbelievably slow, I think I still can manage to make half a sock a month. Of course, there is a problem with this transition period where I like right now I need all of 8 socks. And I am still actually considering that maybe I will buy at least a couple of socks now before I will like actually build up good production of socks. But still, I don't want to buy new socks because they are expensive. And my grandmother was actually saying, like with all of the all of the comments, that I'm never gonna finish it because it's so slow and my socks are gonna fall apart. She is suggesting that she will pay for my socks, that she will give me money for new socks. But I'm still reluctant to spend that much money on socks, even if it's not my own money. It's just too expensive, period. Okay, I wouldn't say I mastered it. I definitely didn't master it, but I think it's coming along much better, much easier and faster than yesterday. I sent you a pair of my favorite socks. Best commercial socks I found. How long are they? Because I'm very particular about having knee-height socks. I'm not gonna accept anything that's not knee-height. And well, actually, my current socks are actually too long. They are just slightly too long, and I have to like fold them over like this. I don't know. They are like 5 centimeters too long, Like if I had them all the way, they would reach like to half of my knee, and that's not very comfortable. Like it's particularly uncomfortable in here on the like bottom of the knee because they would be in the middle of that. They have that length. Yeah, this is the correct length. I hate socks that are short, that are like to the middle of the. How is that called? How is that like lower part of the leg called? I don't remember. But anyway, I hate socks that are like half, that reach half of that lower part of the knee, of the leg. They are always sliding down. Calf. All right. Yeah, I hate socks that reach only half the calf, because because the calf is slant. It's on a slant, so they are always sliding down because gravity and geometry. For winter, I agree. I actually don't really do much of anything differently for summer and for winter. I wear same socks for the entire year. Same 8 socks, or same pair of socks, and usually I also wear the same boots. At least in the past I did. Like recently, in the past couple of years, I did actually buy winter boots, but before that I was wearing, you know, those. I also don't know how they are called, but those heavy leather boots that metalheads are wearing. I was wearing those, and I wore those all the year round, regardless if it was winter or summer. I don't think I actually feel that much of a difference in terms of heat on my, like, I think the entire lower part of body. I never change anything on the lower part of body. I'm always wearing same trousers, same socks, same footwear. It doesn't really matter if it's like 30-40 degrees or minus 20. I'm always wearing the same trousers and everything. And winter boots, I think I actually only bought because of snow. It's not even because of temperature. And the ad is coming in 45 seconds. For a second, I wanted to say 45 minutes, but ads are actually every half an hour. Long socks make me too hot in summer. I have to wear less. My body's all messed up in heat. That's a gift. Yeah, for me, even if it's so hot that I give up on wearing any kind of like coat, jacket, morning coat, or anything. Even if it's that hot, I'm still wearing the same socks I do throughout the winter. I don't really feel any difference in terms of that on my feet or my legs. Yeah. That's when you will need to knit a jumper. I'm not planning to knit anything apart from socks, and maybe a knit tie, maybe. I'm not actually 100% sure on those. For now, the only knitted piece of garment, knitted item I actually need are socks. Is a pair of socks. Well, actually, multiple pairs of socks. I am actually kind of excited at how slow that is gonna be, because, like, of course I'm not gonna do everything on stream, like absolutely everything. I'm probably gonna knit one sock on stream, and then the rest, like both the second sock and the like actual rest of the set of socks. Remaining socks I will do just in my spare time, and I'm kind of excited at how slow that's gonna be, because if I will have to knit stuff. I will have to do something that will be fairly demanding in terms of like my hand movement, and also in terms of keeping attention in the like visual way. I won't be able to do practically anything but listen to stuff. So I will finally have time. Like I will finally have to make time for listening to some audiobooks in different languages. Some French audiobooks, maybe German audiobooks, maybe Spanish. It is very nice that most of the books I want to read or listen are in public domain by now, because I'm usually interested in fairly old books, and because of that they don't really have any kind of DRM protection, and DRM protection is like the worst thing possible. So yeah, they don't have that. They are publicly freely available without any restrictions. And also regarding audiobooks, because like audiobooks of course would be a bigger problem, because they are not just like text pasted into some kind of format, like for example I don't know, PDF converted to EPUB format. For audiobooks, someone has to put an actual effort into reading those books and doing the recording. But for many of those, at least more well-known books, more well-known authors, there are quite a few like freely available options. I've been trying to listen to some French audiobooks by Jules Verne, particularly recently, at least the what would be the English title? The Journey to the Center of Earth, or something like that. I assume it would be the title translation. So yeah, I was trying to listen to that. There is an entire website, like some kind of free audio library, French free audio library, and there are a whole bunch of those kind of books recorded and just available for free. Just some kind of like, I don't know, public initiative, like, you know, foundation and stuff. So yeah, there are a lot of those books available, and I've been trying to listen to it, but I'm always doing something else when I'm trying to listen to it, and this something else is always too loud. Like, I've been trying to listen to it while sanding the doors with the like this electrical oscillating sander, but it's been much too loud, and I couldn't actually hear anything sensible. Like, I could hear some shouting when like the books was saying that like some character shouted. So that is something I could read, I could hear, but other than that, it was basically just some mumbling. And then there is also there was also trying to listen to it while cooking, and cooking is also too loud. It's very fine for music, because for music I don't really need to hear perfectly every single bit. But for actual speech, actual message, I need a better environment. I need something quiet. I need to do something that doesn't produce really any sound. like knitting. I'm constantly doing that outside the frame. Okay, let's do a bit higher. And focus. And also regarding warm stuff and winter clothes and boots and shoes, I really want to try to make spats. I expect that this wouldn't be a very long project. Also, now that I noticed, I was thinking that maybe this should be a next project. And in the next project in here, there is still trying some knitting, and that's actually current project. And also, I haven't modified this at all. I should modify this overlay a bit. Like modify the overlay, because I think it's still too small. Yeah, it is too small. At least the text is too small. Like actually, for me, it's hard to read. But also, I have to modify just the task list itself. I dropped the last one. Okay, I think it's It's been going fairly well. So yeah, the task list. Let's see. Start research on netting and patterns. I don't think I will actually do that. Let's change that to... Actually, there will be just one item in here. It will be trying practice just stitches, and then in here I don't want this anymore. Maybe I will make spats and maybe even Edwardian spats. Just spats. Makes... Okay, this could be confusing because now I'm practicing knitting, so someone could think about knitted spats. Someone could think about stuff like this, and this is of course not what I want. I want, I guess, Edwardian spats, Edwardian spats. I want to make something like this. So yeah, I guess Edwardian. Edwardian. This and this. Boot covers. Yeah, I guess. What are they called? Spats. At least I assume that's how you pronounce them. Just spats. But you know, the English can be quite unpredictable, so there is a possibility that that the word spats is pronounced in a completely different, some wild way. But I assume it's spats. To keep dirt off your boots? No, it's for winter season, and also I guess fall season, just to keep your ankles quite a bit warmer. And also I guess to keep the snow off your ankles and keep it from like getting into the shoe. And now it occurred to me that you might be thinking, by boot covers, you might be thinking that they are that this is something you put on boots when they are not in use, and it's not the case. You are supposed to put this on top of your shoes like as you wear them. They are, I guess, kind of like socks that you put on your boots, on your shoes. On your shoes, like putting them on your boots wouldn't make any sense because like boots are already reach above the ankle. Shoe socks? Yeah, I guess. Especially those knitted ones. They actually look like socks that you put on your shoes. And I'm actually not sure if this is a mistake in Polish or in Poland in general, or it's just a thing with my family. But my family confuses spats with a different piece of garment. You know, the stuff that you put under your trousers to provide some warmth. I'm not sure how they are called in English. Let's see. What? Long Johns? What? What kind of name is that? Long Johns. What? Long underwear? Long Johns? Where did, like, what kind of name is that? Where did it come from? Long Johns. John. I can't write. Johns. Long Johns. Anyway, that's what we call them. Etymology. Origin and meaning of phrase. Long johns, type of long warm underwear. Earlier as the name of type of pastry. Okay, that's not very useful. Okay, so they are named after some actual John. That's interesting. Anyway, so as I said, I'm not sure if this is a thing in Poland in general or just with my family, but in my family, as a child, I remember that we would always use. Nowadays, I of course try to use proper words, but as a child, I remember that we would normally always use word getry for this kind of garment, and they are called kalesony, and the getry is spats. And that's what makes it a bit confusing when I try to speak with my grandma, for example, or mostly with my grandma about spats, because she thinks I'm talking about long johns. and then I have to explain that it's actually incorrect. It's the long johns are called caessone, and spats and getry are actually stuff that you put over your shoes. So yeah, I guess this would be the next project, making spats, and maybe it will actually even be an in-between project, because it is very small and it doesn't look very complicated, so I assume it should be very quick. It should take, like, I don't know, maybe... It does have quite a few buttons. I think it would take like 3 to 4 days. It's not perfectly even, but I think it is quite good. I also think I'm still putting too much tension. But maybe I will do one more row, and then I could even consider myself ready for the next... I dropped my needle again. Then I could consider myself even ready for the next stitch, which would be... Where is this? It would be purl stitch. Next on the list is purl stitch. Ad starting soon. Is that an actual stitch? Doesn't look like it. Oh, I dropped one. Well, anyway, now it's gone. And I have another row, and I dropped my needle again. This time it didn't fall to the floor, at least. Okay, so next step is the... I don't know why always when I'm switching. Oh, let's do that again. Yeah, I'm gonna scroll a bit, and then put my mouse, put my cursor on a different monitor, and switch to the monitor, switch to this view again, and yeah, now I have now my screen is basically frozen, and when I put my cursor on the, oh, now it unfroze. I just moved my cursor even on the other monitor. Okay, I don't know how that works. Anyway, cast off Pearl Stitch. I want to try this one. This is the second stitch. Yeah, while this may feel a bit awkward at first, practice become comfortable. Pearl Stitch is the exact opposite of knit stitch and will allow you to create different stitch patterns in the future, ribs, cables, and etc. So yeah, looks like this is very important.
Hi friends, welcome back to my part 3 of my How to Knit series. In this video we are going to learn how to purl. Right now we are using this Superwash 128 Cascade yarn. It's nice and thick and chunky and super soft. And I'm using a size US 10 needle, also known as a 6mm. And what we've done so far
6mm. I have two.
We've knitted a row here, and now we've flipped it to the wrong side. So what we're going to do now is purl across. And I'll tell you real quick, if you were to knit across this row, that is perfectly fine. It makes a really nice stitch. It's called the garter stitch, and it's just kind of this like nice reversible fabric that's lumpy on either side. But if you want that smooth fabric look on one side, you're going to purl this side, and then on the next side knit. So you kind of go back and forth to create that, and that is called stockinette stitch. So let's go. Instead of going from left to right, we're going to have the needle go from right to left. And the yarn here you can see is in front. You don't want it behind because it's going to create this funny. So have it in front of us, go in, and then we're going to wrap it around.
Wait, what? Okay, music, stop. This. And again, from this side.
Go in, and then we're going to wrap it around.
Okay. So it's supposed to be under the yarn. Put this in here and wrap which way?
To left. And the yarn here you can see is in front. You don't want it behind because it's going to create this funny loop thing. So have it in front of us, go in, and then we're going to wrap it around.
Counterclockwise. Like this. And then what?
Pull it through. And there you go.
Pull it through. And then take this one off.
Have it in front of us, go in, and then we're going to wrap it around and pull it through. And there you go, your first stitch. Okay, so let's try that again. We're going to go in here, right to left, grab your working yarn, wrap it around the needle, and make sure you pull that stitch up. There you go, and you're just going to purl across the entire row. And if you're wondering, how can you tell the difference between a knit stitch and a purl stitch? It's a great question. When you're purling, you can see it kind of creates this little bump here. This is called a purl bump. On the knit side, that's not there. It's kind of this smooth, this V shape. So it's just a different look, and that is the best way to tell. And honestly, the more you do it, the more obvious it becomes. But that was it. So, like I said, to create stockinette stitch, which is this really pretty smooth fabric, so here we are at the end of our wrong side, purl side, and you can see here that this has. It's kind of like a bumpy, you see all these little bumps, this bumpy look to it. And then if we flip it over, this is called the right side. It's this smoother fabric, and instead of those bumps, you kind of see these little, this V shape. So that's how you can tell the difference between the knit side and the purl side. Okay, so what I'm going to do now.
So to create this smooth fabric, I'm supposed to like switch every row, like one row of knit stitch, one row of purl stitch, stitch left. Okay. Music back on. And let's try this. So now this is on. Oh. No, 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 no. Back. Okay, this is definitely more difficult. How am I even supposed to pull the yarn? How am I supposed to hold the yarn?
You can see it kind of creates this little bump here. This is called left to right of us. Go in, and then we're going to wrap it around.
Okay, just straight like that. Pulling it into my hand. Like this is just the reverse. Just doing knit stitch the opposite way, but it's so much more difficult. So awkward. I assume it gets easy. It gets easier. Okay, I think I'm slowly getting it. Okay, I did like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Like after 7, getting it after 7 stitches, maybe it is not that slow. I don't know. Okay, looks like I dropped one in here. Which way should we go? This way? Okay, again, here, into the loop, around, and off. Am I recording this? Probably not. OBS filter enable, set enable true. Okay, now let's continue. Here in around. Okay, I'm definitely starting to get it. Very slowly. And I dropped one. Well, anyway. Here, around, looks like. That's the entire row. And the rows are getting smaller as I'm messing up and dropping stitches. One in here and one, I think, in here. But it's not happening too fast, so that's fine. And yeah, I am a bit worried about the thickness of this fabric. I guess it would be fabric. Okay, now I think I have to do knit stitch again. And keep changing between knit stitch and purl stitch as I switch the needles. Okay, knit stitch from this way around. Okay, again. Ad starts in 1 minute. Couple days ago I was complaining, maybe it was a couple of days ago, maybe a bit longer, but yeah, I was complaining how hair powder is super light and also usually in an opaque bottle, so because of that I can't really tell if I'm running out or not. And yeah, today in the morning, well, before the stream, I did run out. And there were practically no signs that I'm running out. It just stopped flowing. Stopped pouring out. So that's not perfect. I will have to get another bottle. And while I'm making an order like that, I also want to buy new beard oil, and that comes out to quite a sum. It's like $20. I'm just gonna keep dropping my needle on every row. Okay, so this was knit stitch again. And then purl stitch again. It felt super awkward at first on this pearl stitch, but now I think it's not that bad. It's not super difficult. It is a bit difficult. A bit more difficult than normal knit stitch. But it's still manageable. Maybe with some practice, some like couple more hours of practice, I won't notice the difference in difficulty. Something is not right in here. Okay, straight into this, around, and pull out. In, around, out. Okay, now how does that look from the other side? I think it's quite nice. It's quite dark, so it's not super easy to see on camera. But yeah, looks like it's not too horrible. And yeah, there is a nice Oh, okay, I see. That makes sense. Yeah, I'm thinking how patterns work with all of that ribbing and stuff like that. I think I get that because like everything goes this way. So as I go along, I would do, like depending on the pattern, I would do purl stitch and knit stitch. Like couple of knit stitches in here that would create a higher region, and then a couple of purl stitches that would be the lower one. Okay, now the knit stitch again. I wonder how fast can like some super knitters knit. Is there some speed knitting competition? I would assume there is. Okay, let's Google speed knitting competition, or maybe look on YouTube. Speed knitting. Yeah, like the auto completion says speed knitting competition. Oh, let's see this. Also, of course, screen. Knitting competition. Yeah, I want to see that one. That is this is quite fast, but actually quite slower than I would expect. This is faster.
Keeps herself and her family in all knitted garments. She had an early start at the age of 4. New South Wales wool knit-off champion Mrs. Green has been knitting for over 50 years. Mrs. Rope entered the contest just for fun, and with her dexterous continental style, became Queensland champion.
Suddenly find you've got too many or too less stitches at the end of the pattern, and you know.
So yeah, the continental style, continental method looks definitely faster.
Just for fun, and with her dexterous continental style, became Queensland champion.
Suddenly find you've got too many or too less stitches at the end of the pattern, and you know you've thrown the whole thing out. Makes the whole competition between whole.
That's interesting. Okay, so this was knit stitch, right? No. Yes? Maybe? Yeah, this was knit stitch. Now reverse again and another row of purl stitches. I really want to learn the continental style, but I don't think I'm ready yet. Reverse this. Here. Where does this come from? Is it just from like me rubbing my hands on the wall? Okay, again here, in, around, and again in, out, and off. I don't know if I want to try learning the continental method today. Or wait a bit more. Maybe it will be good in terms of thickness. I'm still worried about the thickness of the finished socks. Okay, so now I'm supposed to do the knit stitch again. I'm definitely further along than I was yesterday, because now at this point I'm getting new piece of yarn from the bow. Round, out. It seems like it's getting more consistent. Maybe. Okay, then a row of purl stitches here, and I'm still not sure how to actually hold the yarn in here. Because for purl stitches I'm actually switching my hands constantly. Like now I'm holding the right needle in the right hand, and now I'm holding it in the left hand and using right hand and to wrap the yarn around the needle, and I don't know how to avoid that. Like my hands don't go in reverse, so I can't really do it the same way as I'm doing the knit stitch, I think. Maybe there is some specific grip that I just can't think of that solves this problem. I'm thinking about making these socks like in the long term. Right now, at the beginning, I think I will have the problem. Like I'm talking about like making it part of my routine, so that I would be knitting, and while knitting, or more like I would be like listening to audiobooks and things like that, and while listening I would be knitting. I think at first I will have actually problem with not making socks fast enough, because my current socks are are already actively falling apart. But then after, I don't know, maybe like a year, I think I will reach the point where my supply will be bigger than my demand for socks, and I will be producing more socks or more knitted stuff in general, I guess. And then I will be then I'm okay, maybe not I will be able to use, but I will want to use, I will need. So what now? What then? I guess I can just sell them on Etsy or something. Okay, that was another row, and I think I am getting faster on this. At least it feels like I'm getting faster. I didn't actually time myself doing that. Okay, I think I will have to make some sort of holder for this power bank if I want to keep using this specific power bank, because it bothers me a bit, it being in my pocket. Okay, now the knit stitch again. Yeah, in front and here I think the knit stitch. Yeah, purl stitch is on the back side. I'm always not sure how am I actually supposed to like hold the yarn. It takes me a second to get to the point of like, oh right, I was holding it right like that. Okay, I guess in here with the knit stitch I'm also letting go of the right needle, like right now. I just wasn't thinking about this. Well, I'm not always letting go of it. That's another row. Did I drop the stitch in here? Looks like the only problem. Okay, now this side. I dropped the last one. Okay, back onto here. Now, something is not right. Here. Okay, now it's correct. And let's see again. Here, in, and around like this. I noticed that my hands are always drifting some way. Like either out, in, up, down, sometimes to one side. I'm not actually sure how long I want to keep it up. For how long I want to continue. Okay, now mid stitch again. As I said, I'm constantly moving my hands, and because of that, it's constantly getting out of focus. Actually, I had this problem when sewing, but in here, I guess I'm not moving my hands that much, like up and down. So maybe out of focus would be actually good. Would be actually usable. I think that before making socks, I would still want to. I would still want to learn the continental style, continental method of knitting. So even when I get good at this, I think I'm still not ready. I'm still not ready for actually actually trying the actual pattern, actual piece of garment. Okay, I will still make a couple more rows. I still don't feel confident enough. And also, this is twisting too much. I'm thinking that if I started learning knitting during my time at the university, I think I would be knitting at lectures. I wonder how lecturers would react. That a guy on the like STEM university studying electronics engineering would be knitting during lectures. I was actually sewing a couple of times. I don't think anyone actually noticed. I didn't have that many occasions for sewing on lectures because usually I just didn't go to lectures. But sometimes, for whatever reason, it was good to go to lectures. Like it was either mandatory and the lecturer either demanded that we would come to lectures, or you could get some additional points by going to lectures, and then it was easier to pass the subject, to pass the course. maybe tomorrow I will actually start looking like how to actually make socks, not just practice stitching, not just practice stitches. Knitting is also hard for my back, especially knitting in front of the camera, because I have to keep the work in front of the camera. I guess maybe I could like keep the camera a bit closer to me, maybe. And then I would be able to keep my back straight. Okay. This. It does feel quite nice. Quite nice in touch. Yeah, too twisty. Okay, now it's good. And this should be down. Now pull the needle through, around. Okay, time 2 hours. I think like maybe I'm not sure. Maybe I will do this for another hour. Do the practicing for another hour, and then an hour before the end of the stream I will try to learn well, try to succeed using the continental method. And also, while I'm doing this, I'm thinking about other projects that I'm planning to do in the future. And one of them is the dressing gown. I definitely want a dressing gown, and I think that pretty soon I will have to actually start thinking about this. Start looking for some fabrics. I want something to walk around the house, something with pockets. Like right now, my pajama trousers do have pockets, and they are horrible. I hate them. I hate specifically those pockets and those specific trousers, but also I think I just hate the pockets in the pajama trousers in general. Because even today, like I was looking for my Swiss card, and I was walking around the entire house, and I couldn't find it. I do need this always because these are practically my main scissors, and here. These are practically the main scissors I use for everything, for like cutting different threads and yarn in this case. So I thought I definitely need them, but I couldn't find them. I was walking around the entire house, and then I thought that at first I thought that yesterday in the evening I was using the knife. From this Swiss card, I was using the knife, and the knife for some renovation stuff at the house, and I'm always doing renovation in my pajamas. So I thought that I was definitely using it, and I checked my pajama pockets in the trousers, and it wasn't there. Then I thought I just left it somewhere on like a shelf or something on a tabletop, and I also couldn't find it, and eventually I figured out that I probably didn't take it out of the I didn't take it out of the pocket, and I just went to sleep with it. So yeah, I looked in my bed, and there it was. And of course the reason for that is because the pocket is actually in my pajama. If the pocket was in a dressing gown, then I wouldn't actually sleep in the dressing gown. I would take it off, and I wouldn't have this problem. And then I also want to make new curtains. So another sewing project. So much sewing. So much working with fabric in general. Okay, this is quite tight. I guess I went a bit overboard in here. Okay, so on the back I want to do purl stitch, and this will be a bit difficult because of this middle. I think I was doing too little motion, like I wasn't spreading the needles. I think that was the problem. And it fell off. Okay, this goes in here. This also goes in here. it's not like the second nature to me or something, but I think it's becoming easier and easier. It's becoming more intuitive to do it, more natural. Okay, then let's do from this side. I think I have the problem again that I'm not like spreading the needles, and because of that they're ending up these stitches, the loops are ending up quite tight. Yeah, particularly in the middle and here, more towards the end. This is fine, this not quite. Okay, and from this side again. I think for me it's the toughest for this finger. Maybe also this a bit, but mostly this one, the pinky finger on the right hand specifically. Like this definitely wouldn't be an issue with the continental style, continental method, but then with the continental method, I assume I would also I would instead have some other problem, perhaps on the opposite pinky, on the left hand, maybe. Okay, this one is better. Maybe I could also learn ambidextrous knitting, like constantly switching my working hand. I believe this would actually prevent the yarn constantly twisting. But I don't think I should add any more obstacles at this point, at this level. It is, I think, difficult enough that I'm learning knitting from scratch with 2mm needles. But this is definitely something for the future, to learn to knit with my left hand. I think it would improve the dexterity in the left hand, maybe. I like the fact that yarn, like particularly yarn for knitting, is reusable, because you can just rip this entire thing and use it for something else. It's not perfect because it's like as you work with the yarn, it's becoming more like hairy, fluffy. And also it actually kind of keeps this shape, so it becomes a whole bunch of like kind of tangled, but it is still possible to use it. So that's good, because it means I can actually use this yarn and not really worry that much about running out and not having enough for the socks. Because I have second ball in here, and this should be definitely enough for one sock. But they said they are saying on the in the description, I think, not in here. But yeah, in the description in the store, they were saying that this is enough for a pair of socks, but they didn't specify what length. So I would assume that those are socks for like standard socks, kind of, reaching the half of the calf. And I don't want socks like that. Those are horrible. I want knee-high socks, because they are objectively superior. So I'm not sure if one of them will be enough for a pair of knee-high socks. If the socks would end up being the same thickness as one of my existing socks, or one pair of my existing socks, then this should definitely be enough, because I think this is, in terms of weight, this is heavier than a pair of socks. But I'm not sure. Like, maybe it will be thicker, it will be heavier, and in that case it is possible that this won't be enough. There are so many things I want to try, I want to make, but I'm not ready yet. I either don't have materials, I don't have tools, I don't have skills, or in some cases all three. Okay, 10 more minutes. So I think one more row. Yeah, now exactly 10 more minutes. 10 more minutes until the next step, learning the continental method. So let's see, how far will I go in 10 minutes? Good opportunity to actually time it. What was that? Some message. Right, message. I was looking at the mixers because I'm ready for actually buying a mixer, and I was looking through some listings, and I actually bought one. I ordered one, and then the seller didn't respond. So the website and the service for those listings returned my money because the seller didn't respond in 72 hours. And then that was yesterday. And I got my money back yesterday around midnight maybe. And then today in the morning I sent a message to them asking if the listing is like still, you know, still active, if they are still selling this mixer, and within half an hour they responded yes. So I don't know. I'm pretty sure this service actually sends multiple reminders about the fact that someone buys your item. So Maybe they didn't notice all of them. I think autofocus is not actually that good for that. Also for that, not just for sewing. Okay, that took me 4 minutes. The entire row for 4 minutes, and that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31. 31 stitches in 4 minutes. I think it's not that bad, maybe. For someone who started knitting yesterday. This is quite loose. Okay, let's do one more row. So it's 55. I expect that this will be much slower. Because I'm still not very good at those, how are they called again? Purl stitch? At purl stitches. That also took me 4 minutes. I was expecting this side to be on the purl stitch to be much slower, and it wasn't. It was actually roughly the same time. So yeah, what was that message? Unanswered call. I don't care. I hate SMS. Like, it's so limiting compared to email. I wish every kind of messaging platform was as sophisticated as email. Especially with the filtering options. With SMS or some other kinds of messengers, instant messengers, the best you can do is basically like blocking some user or some number, and with email you can do stuff like if the email is from this person, the topic or the subject matches this regular expression, and it's received on this phase of the moon, then auto respond with "I don't care, F off." I wish every platform would be like that. Would offer that kind of possibilities. Okay, so now we are trying the continental style. We'll see how this goes. Probably horribly. Yeah, I think this is correct. Now the knit stitch. Let's start with the easier one. Am I doing this correctly? Here, and pull out. Wait, I think I wasn't doing this correctly. Or maybe I was. Okay, now let's try again. With a bit less tension. Okay, this goes on the bottom. Too little tension. Everything is falling off. So I've read that with the crocheting experience you can actually find it easier. It's hard to believe that you can find it easier. Easier than the English method. Yeah, now I messed up completely. Here, here, and pull out. Okay, again. And I messed up yet again. I pulled it out. Okay, this goes in here. Oh no, this is supposed to be the what was this called again? Purl stitch. This is supposed to be purl stitch. So onto this side. Okay, this will stay in here. It's so fiddly. I guess it has the potential to be faster. Maybe. But I feel like my dexterity went back a couple of hours, like 5 hours maybe. My ability to handle the needles. And also this is super tight now. So difficult. But I guess the pearl stitch was also super difficult at the beginning. Also, the ad starts in 10 seconds. Was also super difficult at the beginning, and I managed to get a hang of it pretty quickly. later it was definitely better, but the beginning is very tight. I think I will do the next row with the English method again, just because I'm more familiar with it, and the next row is supposed to be the purl stitch. And then we will try to do a knit stitch again on the another row. I wanted something. Oh right, Etsy. Like I'm curious. Etsy. I assume they do sell socks. You can find socks on Etsy. I should look for it in Polish, right? If I want to find results from Poland. The prices vary a lot. Like here are knitted alpaca wool socks for 72. Are those hand knitted? If this is hand knitted, then it's super cheap. Is this the description? This knitted. I would assume that these are not hand knitted. There is no way that's hand knitted. And they don't say that, I think. They don't say that explicitly in here. This looks like a more reasonable price. And for a hand knitted stuff. Anyway, that was just curiosity, what would be the prices. So let's continue in here. Something is weird. I think this is supposed to be down. Like that. Okay, so in. Here. Okay, then the knit stitch again in the front, and let's try the continental style again. Maybe this time will be a bit easier. I already did about 30 stitches this way, so we'll see. I don't know if this is a bit easier now. And I instantly drop needle. Oh, where is the needle? Okay, I have it in here. Should I try the... I'm constantly forgetting the name. What was that again? The pearl stitch. Should I try the pearl stitch with the continental method? I actually don't know how. How do you do pearl stitch continental way? Pearl stitch continental. Some easy image to follow. Okay, this. My mouse is acting up again. Okay. Okay, this should be on top. Looks like they are holding it down, holding the yarn down. Okay, this will be difficult, but let's try. Very difficult. I think the pearl stitch might be even easier than the knit stitch with the continental way. Now I'm lost. Getting a hang of the continental way is definitely slower. Definitely slower than getting hang of Pearl Stitch. This actually hurts. Like, I don't know, maybe I'm putting too much pressure on the needle, but it's pushing too much into like this part of of my which finger is that? Of like this one before last finger. And I didn't have this problem with the English method. Wait, this is supposed to be in here. Okay, it is coming out all right. I don't see any inherent problems with this method. Well, not really inherent. With me doing this, using this method, I guess. Any kind of tension issues, anything uneven, I think everything is fine. Okay, let's try the knit stitch again. Going too tight again. Okay, another row done, and I have 10 minutes left. Let's see if I will manage to do the next row in 10 minutes. By the way, regarding just knitting in general, I just love how wonderfully unspecific the term for knitting in Polish is. Like knitting in Polish is just basically doing on needles, and it's like doing what? It's just doing. It sounds quite stupid in my opinion, talking about doing on needles. Or I guess you could maybe translate it as making on needles, because this is also the same word in Polish, doing and making. It's already 5 minutes and I'm halfway through. Oh. I guess this means it will take me actually 10 minutes. Okay, so I managed to do the entire row in even less than 10 minutes and only 8 minutes. And yeah, tomorrow, because this is the end of the stream, tomorrow I'm not sure if I'm gonna continue with the continental method. It's much more difficult, and maybe at first I will just continue with the English method and leave the continental method for the time when I will be a bit more advanced, when I will have a bit more experience. I think my first pair of socks, I will do with the English method. So yeah, that's it for today, and tomorrow maybe I will try to start making some patterns, and if that will be going quite well, quite quickly, then I will probably start actually making socks. Start looking at for some pattern and stuff, and yeah, that's the time to end the stream. So yes, see you tomorrow for some more sock making. Bye. Or actually some more practicing knitting. I'm not yet making socks. So yeah, bye.